Super, what a great intro to this next session that we're going to have. It is about invention, it is about human creativity, it is about solving the climate crisis, and it's also about doing things not just for Sweden, because climate change is a global problem, but answers for the whole world. We're here to talk about how energy storage delivers combined heat and power for sustainable agriculture. My name is Nuttall. I with the Stockholm-based digital TV company We Don't Have Time as one of their presenters. One big feature of this year's COP, if you've been around the COP, if you've been to COPs before, if you know about COPs, is that agriculture has been very much at the forefront of this COP, along with nature-based solutions, because they're both very keenly intertwined. I was absolutely taken away, my breath was taken away by a report by the Exponential Roadmap, which, as you know, is based in Sweden, and Conservation International, one of the big NGOs out there, where they were looking at the opportunities for decarbonizing the global economy through the lens of nature-based solutions and agriculture. And yes, we can do it. We can hit that 2030 target if we bring in principles of regenerative agriculture, if we bring in principles of conservation of very vital natural assets, we can actually start absorbing these emissions back into nature. But it's not just about nature's solutions. We need to help agriculture also decarbonize even further, which is why we're here today for this presentation. So we're going to have some terrific guests on the show, but before we meet our terrific guests, we'd like to roll a film which is going to explain what our theme's really about and some of the developments and breakthroughs that we're going to talk about. So can we roll the film, please?
We are here in Haneberg, Eskilstuna, Sweden, where a groundbreaking development in energy storage is taking place. As part of a collaboration with the Swedish Energy Agency, Azelio has installed the test pod long-duration energy storage system. And this is a flagship project for combined heat and electricity application. We are using renewable energy to charge our system. And by doing that, we are able to replace fossil fuels, both in heating and in electricity applications. My name is Jonas Wallmander, and I'm the CEO of Azelio. Long-duration energy storage addresses both the climate and the energy challenges. It reduces the impact of climate change by making renewables stable and available 24/7. And it solves the energy crisis by being decentralized, cost-efficient, and market-ready today. Azelio has test pod units deployed around the world and supplying clean power. This is the first Azelio installation where heat is being used. In addition to providing electricity, test pod is generating heat, which will be used to dry grain here at Haneberg Farm.
I'm Anders Krusberg. I'm part of the family who owns this farm, Haneberg. We have around 350 hectares where we mostly produce grain. You dry the grain to have a better quality and to store it for a long time.
My name is Tove Lindqvist and I'm operating as the Chief Technology Officer here at Azelio. We have, for the first time in the world, demonstrated a new way of delivering heat and electricity to a customer. The heat that we produce from our system is used to preheat the air to the drying process, and that heat is delivered through a hot water circuit. The system has been designed primarily to deliver electricity to the customers, but by including the energy from the heat, you can increase the efficiency. By this product, we are able to deliver heat at low temperatures to many applications. It could be agricultural, it could be mining, it could be local communities.
Haneberg Factory, this farm, really wants to be a future-proofed farm, and all the things that Azelio offers with the heating, the renewable power and electricity just ticks all the boxes that we want to have at this farm.
drying grain is really one of the first applications. But what I see as one of the most important applications going forward is really the desalination and water purification. So far, this is the first project that we are deploying. This is a demonstration project where we prove that the CHP solution is working. But we are ready to deploy this in many new locations all over the world, in all our key markets, like in US, in South Africa, in the MENA region, and in Australia. And the next step for us is to add the heat system in our installations around the world.
Excellent. So, thank you. Let me now turn to Jonas Wallmander, CEO and President of Azelio. I mean, he was on the TV, but we've got him in person as well. Can you believe that? So, Jonas, briefly, for the viewers out there, I think we've got a good idea now, but maybe just touch on what does your company actually do? How long have you been around?
So, yes, Azelio, we are a long-duration energy storage company, and we've been around since roughly 2008. And as we all know, renewables such as wind, solar, are only producing electricity when the sun is shining or the wind is blowing. And that's why we need storage. We need storage to stabilize the electricity grid. We need storage to create profitable businesses, because if you have losses of energy, you will have losses of your production. And what Azelio really does is that we are able to combine renewable energy, such as solar or wind, with our storage solution. And then we can create a 24/7 sort of electricity production for the sort of weak grids that are out there. And our strength is really our scalability, because we are scalable from very small installations into larger installations. We have installations, or we can make installations from roughly 0.5 megawatts up to 20 megawatts. And that's why we really focus on the industrial segment. Like this agriculture segment is one of the industrial segments. And in the industrial segment, we really see traction. We really see that this solution will make a difference. So, and we should keep in mind that the agriculture sector is responsible for roughly 24% of all the CO2 emissions globally. And replacing fossil fuels with renewables is key decarbonizing the agricultural sector. So I think this is also where heat comes in, because it's not only electricity that we are able to produce from our units, we are also able to produce heat. And providing heat to the industrial processes is sort of a combination, combining heat and power is very often needed in the agriculture sector. So, thank you.
Very interesting indeed, and I think that explains it much better because, as you say, it's both heat and it's also power at the same time. And I would even say that your comment about the emissions from the agricultural sector, it's probably even bigger. Because if you factor in food waste as well, and you know, in a lot of developing countries, in the rich countries we tend to throw a lot of food away, but in the developing countries they lose a lot of food from things like loss of electricity. So refrigeration collapses. A lot of the fish from the east coast of Africa rots on the way from Mombasa to Nairobi because they've had a problem with the electricity. So, interesting. Good. Let's bring up our next guest. That is Nils Westling. He's a program manager, International Climate Initiatives at the Swedish Energy Agency. And we're going to hear about its role in supporting and catalyzing innovation. Great to see you, Nils.
Thank you, Nick. Hi, everyone. Yes, I'm from the Swedish Energy Agency, and I understand that we've had a long cooperation with Azelio. I'm personally at the Unit for International Climate Cooperation, and I think we have lots to talk about that we will not talk about in public or with an audience. But I'm here more as a representative of many of my colleagues that have been cooperating with Azelio over the years. So the Swedish Energy Agency has several assignments from the Swedish government. We're a government agency. And we do support early stage innovation, especially if it has the capacity to provide emission reductions, greenhouse gas emission reductions, especially if it's in the energy space, and especially if it is scalable internationally and exportable. And I think Azelio is all of these things, so therefore it makes sense that we've had a long cooperation. And with that, with the export thing, I mean, we particularly look at international capacity. As Nick said in the introduction, climate change is a global problem. It doesn't make sense for us to travel down to Egypt to talk about something that will be used on a farm in Eskilstuna. What makes sense is to talk about how we take this global, how we can use this potential globally and actually start reducing emissions on a big scale as soon as possible.
Great. Nils, thank you very much indeed. Absolutely. I mean, I think what we're saying is it's brilliant that you get something incubated in Sweden, right? That then you can, scale it around the world. I think it's marvelous. And what the Swedish Energy Agency's role in this is very important. But also, I think the Swedish Export Credit Agency, I can't remember the acronym, but amazing that they also have a big role to play in scaling these things worldwide. So now we're going to go over to an organization I'd never heard of before, but I was very excited because I couldn't work out the acronym. I was kind of thinking, which football team is that? Or I couldn't work it out. And then I Googled, and then I learned a lot because I actually spent some time on your website. So last but not least, let's welcome Julia Souder, Executive Director of the LDES Council. Now, maybe you can all guess, but I'm going to put you out of your misery, which is... No, I'm not actually. I'm going to let Julia say what the acronym stands for. But Julia, briefly, what does the Council do? What does LDES stand for? Which will explain everything. And then please tell the audience about perhaps the market potential for, and now I'm going to give it away, aren't I? Long duration energy storage. Okay, over to you.
Thank you so much, Nick, and thank you to the Pavilion Sweden for hosting us on Energy Day. Hashtag LDES is going to be the new theme with flexibility. We're really happy to be at COP27. It's our year anniversary. So we were launched at COP26 promoting a net zero power report, demonstrating that there is a $3 trillion market when you look at just electricity. But when you bring in heat, it's over a $4 trillion global market that long duration energy storage can play a role in. And we are really here today to highlight both the fact that you have flexibility with long duration energy storage, 10 hours plus, multi-day, multi-hour, multi-seasonal, multi-month, that we can be around 24/7 to give you that clean, firm power and clean, firm heat. And we're really thrilled to bring together, this an awareness of thermal energy storage. So COP27, we launched this net zero heat report where we're highlighting the building sector, the industry sector, is over almost 50% of global emissions. And as we transition from fossil fuels, you need a new baseload. And that's thermal energy storage, long duration energy storage. So what we really want to work on is highlighting our global membership. We have now over 65 members from 20 countries, highlighting the importance of long duration energy storage to meet our global decarbonization goals. And we're doing that with our global executives and working in partnership with many other countries and organizations to really amplify how long duration energy storage hashtag LDES, is part of de-risking the transition.
You didn't give us the full LDES. What does it stand for?
Long duration energy storage.
Hooray! Now we've got it.
There's four types of long duration energy storage. There's the thermal, there's chemical, electrochemical, and mechanical or gravity. So there are many types of long duration energy storage that have been around for decades, and then there's many types that are new and innovation, bringing diversity into the marketplace.
Good. Thank you very much indeed. So let's go for a little chat. We've got 20 minutes. Again, just so we can clear this all up, this development is coming out of Sweden. That's fantastic, but what stays in Sweden doesn't have to just always stay in Sweden. It can go elsewhere too. You mentioned South Africa. You mentioned the Middle East and Near East, I think, MENA, what the UN calls West Asia, because it's sort of, a different concept, but they got different names. Why did you identify those countries in particular, Jonas? Why was it South Africa and USA as well? And the Middle
There
East?
are different reasons for this, and some of the key reasons is really that if you have to have the need for sort of stable electricity 24/7. At the same time, you probably have some kind of issues with your grid, and in the MENA region, we have a lot of sort of areas, countries, where there are unstable grids, where you, if you are going to sort of run a farm or industry on this unstable grid, you will have problems. And by sort of deploying our solution together, our long duration energy storage solution and solar PV, we are able to sort of provide off-grid or more sort of semi-off-grid system to these customers, such that they get energy security, they get lower prices, lower costs, so they can have more profitable businesses. But one key to this is, of course, the access to solar. So combining our solution needs sort of access to fairly cheap renewable energy, and you find this in these regions. You find the people or the industries that are, you find the sort of solution that is profitable for the customers, giving them lower energy costs, stable energy production, and sort of really a business case.
Let me just say something. I mean, heat is everywhere, isn't it? I mean, you just go down into the London Underground in London and you're sweating in 5 seconds because all this heat being generated. I have no idea where it goes to, but I know a lot of it's going into me, which is a waste of time. And then, you're looking at heat even in water from water treatment works, right? There's always a bit of heat that's discharged out into the river systems. Heat is everywhere. The potential for harvesting heat, storing heat, turning heat into useful things rather than things that just warm up the air. You mentioned the trillions of dollars. Does it translate into gigatons of CO2 at all in any way? Has anybody thought how much, if we use this heat, we could actually hit our 2030 halving targets or net zero or whatever?
On our website, we have 4 reports: the Net Zero Power, a public policy toolkit, a 24/7 clean PPA document, and a Net Zero Heat report that we just published, highlighting that if you bring in long duration energy storage to give you the heat from it, whether it's 100 degrees Celsius to 2,000 degrees Celsius, you can have $540 billion a year of savings. And so there are many different ways to capture the heat and reuse it, whether it's power or as storage. And so there's companies doing this for district heating, there's companies doing this for agriculture, there's companies doing this for waste power, waste sewage into storage for heat, underground, using different types of tubing. There are so many different diverse solutions to use thermal energy storage that will decrease emissions. Because the whole goal is to decarbonize and reach our net zero targets, and you have to do this with thermal energy storage. So what our council is doing is promoting the diverse technologies that can work in remote villages around the world, but also in urban centers to make sure that you're getting both the heating and cooling with clean energy resources.
And I also think that we have to keep in mind that if you look at the sort of industry demands for energy, 2/3 of the energy demand is heat. And so if we are going to decarbonize the industries, we have to decarbonize heat. And this heat, only for the industries, is roughly 1/5 of all the CO2 emissions globally. So it's really important to decarbonize the heat portion of the industry needs.
Are we ever going to get down to the level of the household? Do you imagine one day we'll have this in every house, and you know, if it's a bit too hot that day, we might harvest the heat and store it and then release it out at night or something?
I would say we will never. Our technology is focusing on the industries, and there's a reason for this. Because if you have a household, you go to bed at night. You will not use as much energy. You will wake up and use some energy in the morning, maybe probably lower energy during the day. And where we really make a business case is when you have this stable demand for energy 24/7. And that is really the industries.
Okay.
Or base load demand in the grid.
Maybe one day in the future with large housing estates or something like that, there might be, especially people that stay up in the middle of the night watching Netflix, then there might be some demand, you know. So, Swedish Energy Agency, do you do anything in this area, or is this like an eye-opener for what you could be doing?
I think we do a lot in this area. I mean, energy storage in general is a big topic for energy people all over the world. I think personally am not an expert. This is quite eye-opening for me on the heat for energy storage. But I must say I very much like the idea. I like the idea of how do you say, diversifying energy storage. I think there's a lot of focus on batteries, which are, I mean, they're crucial. We need them very much, but they require all sorts of materials that are unsustainably sourced and that are very limited. I think this diversifies the energy storage landscape, which is very valuable. And from my perspective, so I work in international climate cooperation. We're looking at various mitigation activities around the world, and I think, I mean, the go-to solution for us has been a renewable energy. Like we can, there is huge, like, there is money to invest in solar panels and wind power, and it needs to be done, but it needs to be complemented with storage because it's.
So maybe that when you touch on renewable energy, I mean, you know, if you look at some of the numbers, and I think everyone's maybe seen these, that renewable energy is like doubling every, you know, 3 years, 3.5 years. It could be 2.5. I've lost track now, but it's achieved, renewable energy has achieved this exponential increase, and I think we're very lucky for that to happen. It took a long time, of course. When I was a journalist on the Times newspaper in London, a unit of wind power was about $50 a unit, right? But now it's competitive with coal and gas as well and other things. So that's great. But we can't stop there, clearly, because there's other parts to this story. So there's the energy storage thing. I mean, very interestingly, we had a session just the other day, and there was a lady from Kenya on. It was about electric mobility, and Volvo Cars was there. I think it was Volvo Cars, or was it the other one, Volvo Buses? I always get confused. But it had the name Volvo. And the lady from Kenya said, yes, well, what you don't realize is we have a surplus now of renewable energy in Kenya. We're generating so much, we don't know what to do with it. We need to store it. And I think people don't realize how fast things are happening in some countries, right? That they actually are growing fast with renewable energy, but they need storage. So something like your solution could come to the rescue of the government of Kenya, of the people of Kenya, because they want to store that electricity somewhere, and Azelio could do it. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. And I think this is, you touch upon like normal batteries, and sort of the difference between a normal battery and a long duration energy storage battery is sort of the capacity. So what is capacity is very often a sort of question. And if you have sort of a electrical vehicle and you pull like full gas, full throttle and go straight ahead, the battery will be out in roughly 20 minutes. But if you have a long energy storage solution, it will take you 10 hours plus until your battery is out. And that is really the sort of big difference between sort of normal batteries solutions, chemical batteries, and the long duration energy storage solutions. The amount of capacity, and this is why long duration energy storage sort of can be the solution providing industrial base load in sort of these kind of countries where you have a surplus of energy. And industrial base load is for building industries. You can sort of supply your people, as we mentioned, they go to bed at night with sort of short duration storage solutions. But if you really want to build industry in a country, you need solutions that are 24/7.
Yeah.
If you want to decarbonize, this is the solution for the industries.
Yes, Julia.
The point about the entire ecosystem, how you charge your vehicles, how you charge your homes, if we electrify everything, we need to have a new type of base load, and that's long duration energy storage. So all that surplus solar and wind can be stored in diverse types of technologies of long duration energy storage, whether small scale, large scale. And I think that's what we're really trying to emphasize in the transition. As we move away from fossil fuels, long duration energy storage can meet those goals because we are de-risking the transition. And if you look at the costs of a gas plant today, you could have an electric boiler with thermal energy storage that is cheaper than what a gas plant has because wind and solar are so inexpensive. So the tremendous value of having thermal energy storage as addressing our global needs is not only for security, resiliency, and reliability, but affordability too.
Okay, let's talk the magic question, can we? Cost. Is this why we don't have more long-term energy storage? Because currently more expensive? Although I don't know what the alternative is, which is just wasting the stuff, which sounds crazy. So does it need to be scaled and the costs will come down? Is it affordable in the developing countries? Do they need support from the developed world to make it happen in Africa? These kinds of questions, I think they're perfectly reasonable, yeah.
I'll start, but I know we can all add to this. Your portfolio approach is correct. We need the incentives there to help make sure that both developed and developing countries can afford the transition. There are some technologies that are affordable today, but they might be very large. So how do you bring the smaller technologies that could be in your homes, and how do you incentivize that? So we need both the government procurement to give the market signals so we can scale up. So we need the procurement policies of saying, every country will have 10 gigawatts of long duration energy storage. Then we can have the financing behind that to actually build it. And then with that certainty, we can have the scaling up to make sure that every one of us will have long duration energy storage in some form in our community. So it is a partnership working with government and private industries to start working on the scale, which has to happen to bring down costs.
I have a rather different perspective, I guess, as once again, coming back to my work, looking at mitigation activities in developing countries. Sweden has a budget, the Swedish Energy Agency has a budget to invest in mitigation activities, and as long as it can be proved that we mitigate carbon, that we can calculate exactly how much and show that it is additional, we have money to spend on that. And I guess I'll just pass on the mic to Jonas to ask how much money he needs, and I'll see if I can what we can do.
Now we're getting down to business. Now we're really getting down to business.
But I think one of the reasons why we picked these 4 key markets is because we are able to provide the end users with sort of lower alternative costs than they have today. Because take the example of South Africa. The power grid in South Africa is more or less in a chaotic situation. They have brownouts, blackouts every day. So what they have to do is they have to run their, if you have a sort of industry in South Africa, you have to run it on diesel. And then the alternative cost from our solution is like 20% of the diesel. And if you want to do the same kind of system with normal batteries, already today we can provide solutions that are 40% lower in cost than sort of adding a lot of lithium-ion batteries, because they are super costly. And they also have these degradation problems that after a couple of years you have to replace them. We are depending purely on physics and not on chemistry. Our solution do not have any degradations in the system, so we can sort of provide energy. This is sort of for many, many years, up to 20, 25 years is the lifetime of the solutions. So,
Super. Well, I think we're coming to the end of this presentation. I hope you've all found it very, very interesting. I think it's very interesting. And clearly a massively important thing. We need more renewable energy. We need more energy efficiency, of course. The Cinderella fuel they always talk about. I don't know if it's Cinderella everywhere, but it certainly was in my country. And then you've got storage. And then if you've got all these three lined up, you've got a big, powerful solution to the climate emergency that we're all facing right now. Maybe one last question to you, Julia. What is the weirdest and the wackiest long-term energy storage system you've ever heard of? There have got to be some really crazy ones out there, right? Because this must have invention yelling at it, and people in their garden sheds must be coming to you with, I've solved the problem. We can store it for 1,000 years, you know, that sort of thing.
I hope you all go to our website and see our diverse members, because we do have a range of creative thinking to help us address this problem. So I have no favorite child. They're all really cool and impressive. I think what's really exciting is to build on some of the traditional types of long duration energy storage, that's pumped hydro or compressed air, and see the innovations that have come forward to address the unique attributes of meeting our zero target goals. So whether you have this combined heat and power, which is really amazing to help us on our trajectory, and whether you have organic substitutes with lots of different types of batteries. I mean, there's a wide range of technologies that are out there, and I think that is really important. So no favorite kids, but really check out on the LDES.com website the diverse partnerships and the types of technologies that we have available.
But I would say, by the way, I mean, unlike last year's COP and unlike maybe the COP before, there are a lot of farmers here. There are farming organizations, agricultural organizations, over in the food systems area, over in the Nature Positive Pavilion. There's a food one here as well, isn't there? The food systems is here. I hope that one is going out to these organizations right now, because there is a huge opportunity at this COP to network on these kinds of solutions, and I bet they don't know about them in full or at all. So anyway, Jonas, thank you very much indeed. Nils, thank you very much. Julia, thank you very much indeed. It's been very interesting. I hope you enjoyed it. Anybody want to say a final word, and then we must close?
On your point on agriculture, greenhouses can be off the grid, and there is a way that long duration energy storage can provide the heat and power to the agricultural industry too. So that entire ecosystem of our global economy can be met with long duration energy storage, whether it's ports, transportation, hospitals. We can make this work, and we have to work together to really make sure we decarbonize today.
I feel like I'll probably repeat myself, but I believe that in the transition towards renewable energy, there is we're currently reaching the point where we really need to scale up storage, and we need to diversify the ways we store energy. So I welcome your solution.
Thank you. And I also want to say thank you to the Swedish Energy Agency for all the support. We have done a lot of sort of versatile different projects throughout the years, and they have all been very successful, so thank you. But I think that key here is that long duration energy storage will lower costs for energy, and at the same time decarbonizing different industries that really are big CO2 emissions or have huge CO2 emissions, just as the agriculture sector. And what I also feel very strongly is that we are able to build businesses in remote locations. It's not only in the cities that you can build profitable businesses. It's also to build profitable businesses remotely, and it's something that, for me as a person, I really feel very strongly that it's a good thing.
Good, Jonas. I think that's a very valuable point. And we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks to our terrific guests, and thanks to the Swedish team here and Business Sweden. Bye.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this lunchtime discussion at the Swedish Pavilion here at COP27. As you know, this is the implementation COP. How is Europe implementing its energy transition? That's what we're going to be discussing for the next 50 minutes. And as you can see, we have a fantastic lineup of speakers with whom to discuss that very topic. I've been asked just to paint a few brief images of the energy situation in Europe today. So I'll just share a few facts and figures with you. Number one, 80 billion cubic meters have disappeared. 80 billion cubic meters of Russian gas have disappeared from the European energy mix in the last 8 months. Number two, gas and electricity prices in Europe are still much, much higher than they were even 18 months ago. Number three, governments around Europe are spending hundreds of billions of euros to support families and businesses with high prices. Number four, governments recognize that to improve Europe's energy security, to replace Russian gas, improve our security more broadly, they need to massively expand renewables. They know you can only achieve that if you simplify the permitting of new renewables and if you invest more money in the grid. And transmission system operators are doing precisely that. At the same time, however, this is my final fact to share with you, governments, because they are having to intervene in energy markets, are in some cases intervening in such a way that is deterring investors from investing in the renewables and other clean energy infrastructure that we need to deliver this transition. Orders for new wind turbines are down sharply in the last 6 months, for example. Many large utilities in Europe, unfortunately, are scaling back their investments in renewables in Europe. That's the background for our discussion. And I'm going to put the first question to you, EU Energy Commissioner Kadri Simson. REPower EU, that is Europe's answer to the current energy crisis. How is it going to deliver improved energy security for Europe and at the same time the energy transition that we need?
Thank you for this question, Giles, and good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, these are two questions on everybody's mind. How to well secure our supply, and on top of that, how to achieve our climate targets. And luckily, we are not in that situation that we should choose one. So we can meet both challenges with the response of accelerating renewables and prioritizing the energy savings. You mentioned that Russia has not delivered 80 billion cubic meters of gas. That was contracted by European companies. And that also means that due to the fact that Russia doesn't have alternative gas infrastructure to sell it to someone else, this has created a very tense situation in global markets. We have to cut our consumption, otherwise implications to other regions will be very, very severe. And we have done so in the middle of the summer. We agreed with all the member states that we will cut our gas consumption by 15%. This is not enough, keeping in mind that the share of Russian gas was close to 40. So where we can, we will opt for fuel switch. We will prioritize renewables. And we all know that renewables are the solution how to secure affordable prices, but it takes time if projects are not already at the implementation phase, if they are still in the waiting list to be approved and they need permits. In some member states, permitting process is shorter than in others, and in this REPower EU proposal, we also gave guidance to European countries, guidance how some of the governments have solved permitting faster, so that they are creating local ownership feeling, and this annex of best practices is certainly something that everybody should look at, and if it's possible, learn from other government's best practices. But on top of that, this REPower EU also proposed amendments to our current legislation how to shorten permitting. REPower EU was put forward already in May, and right now we are in this position where our European Parliament and our member states, they are strongly supporting this approach, but they are still negotiating their position. So despite of very difficult situation, we don't have this legislation that will shorten permitting in place yet. And that was the reason why last week European Commission had to use emergency clause and propose a breaching measure. So it might take another year for member states to transpose Renewable Energy Directive into their national legislation, and until they will take their time, we can use this breaching regulation so that repowering existing windmills, installing solar rooftop panels and heat pumps will be delivered faster already this winter, already next spring, so that it helps us before next winter hits.
Congratulations on the excellent work you're doing to accelerate permitting of renewables and grid investments, Commissioner. This is a COP. What is the role of international cooperation in helping the EU deliver its energy goals?
I think that the biggest challenge for us is that even if we will overachieve our targets, and we plan to do so, both on renewable side, we do have several member states who have committed to cover, for example, their electricity consumption by 100% of renewables. Austria and Estonia are coming to my mind. But even if we are overachievers, we are responsible for 9% of the global emissions. So we have to share best practices and help our partners, close partners, and partners from other global regions to do their part. Otherwise, we will make no difference. And COP is a wonderful venue to promote green transition, green and digital transition, and at the margins of this COP, we are also planning to sign several memorandums of understanding with our partners, so that our cooperation goes beyond.
We are very supportive of the REPower EU package, and we were already for the 55 package as well. It will imply a massive amount of capex being deployed in renewables in the European space. We think EDP is doing its part. Till 2025, we want to invest 24 billion euros in deploying our capex. We are doubling our pace of investment, so we are installing on a yearly basis 2 gigawatts of renewable capacity that will ramp up to 4 gigawatts. And the challenge is to accelerate, to speed up this transition, and to reach by 2030 with 100% renewable portfolio. So today, we have 70% of our energy coming from renewable sources. We want to reach 2030 with 100% renewable portfolio. Saying that also implies that we want to be carbon neutral by 2030, and we want to reach net zero by 2040. So they're 10 years ahead of the European milestone. So we think that European policies are very conducive to a friendly environment. I think Commissioner Simson has pointed out that permitting is really fundamental, is paramount to accelerate the installation of renewables in Europe. We would add up to that that we need to have at let's say global, at European level, at national and local levels, a very clear and very predictable framework for regulation. We need to have predictability, visibility over the long run, and that's obviously very important to guarantee that the effective price signals are aligned with the needs of the corporate sector. So on top of the permitting, which we think is really fundamental, we think that regulatory signals to allow the reuse of existing infrastructure is paramount as well. So what we call today hybridization, so using existing wind power plants to revamp them and to enlarge their capacity with additional, it might be other technologies, different technologies. We think that clear price signals and incentives should be aligned for green hydrogen. As you know, green hydrogen is one of the main technologies fundamental to guarantee the decarbonization in the hard-to-abate sectors. I'm talking about shipping, I'm talking about long-haul transportation, cement, steel production, all of those industrial sectors, they need clearly to be decarbonized with green hydrogen. Electrification is not one of the solutions. The other point we think it's important as well is to incentivize decentralized resources. So distributed generation, self-consumption is also very critical to guarantee that this decarbonization effort will be attained in a proper way. I would add up to this CO2, carbon markets. So price signals to guarantee that we have, we can internalize the externalities of carbon, and that is done in an economy-wide perspective for countries and for industries. We think that that's also very important. And as a whole, we need to have coherence for public policies, and specifically to deal with subsidies for fossil fuels. We think that's also very important. So there is a long way to go. EDP is totally committed with this pathway. But I think there's obviously a multi-stakeholder approach that is critical to guarantee that we are all aligned and that Europe can continue its leading the path.
Thank you, Miguel. Your 2 gigawatt a year of build-out rising to 4 gigawatt a year, is that in Europe or globally?
It's globally. It's
and
global.
How much of it is in Europe, do you think?
We have 45% of investment concentrated in the US, 35% in Europe, 15% in Latin America, and the remaining 5% in the rest of the world. So 45, 35, 15.
Thank you very much. Claudio Facchin, CEO of Hitachi Energy and the host of this discussion today. Thank you for organizing it, Claudio. Your company makes transformers, substations, switchgear, all of the essential equipment to make the transmission and distribution networks function. You're making big investments, including in manufacturing facilities in Europe and elsewhere. What are the key enablers, the key things that need to be in place for you to make big investments as a company?
Thank you, and thank you for everyone to join. I think Commissioner Kadri Simson made a good summary. I think the REPower is Europe is another one of those, in my view, in our view, a very strong signal on how to look at this in a holistic way. There is a need, because of the future energy system being essentially more electrical, but also more integrated, more complex to manage because sources that we need to manage, more distributed, more variable on one side on the generation, but also consumption patterns, new consumption patterns. We have electrified sectors, transport, buildings, industry. All of that requires system planning, a system approach that goes beyond the current borders, whether it's country borders or even sector borders. And I think the approach from the REPower and the Fit for 55 also was already giving a lot of efforts and focus on doing it that way. From a technology perspective, we also have to, of course, look at this beyond our traditional scope. We as a technology provider, we're leading on grid technology, whether it is on the backbone, such as high voltage direct current technology, at the edge of the grids with battery storage, with demand response technologies. But we also need to look beyond, and that's why technology providers like us are investing in sectors, for instance, to understand how to better integrate charging infrastructure for electrical vehicles, which again is another important pillar of this plan as well. From a digitalization standpoint, which also Kadri just mentioned, there is also a need to collaborate across sectors. We know that in order to digitalize, it's not just the OT side, the operational technology that needs more digitalization, is also the IT side of all processes of our customers, or the TSOs, the DSOs, the users of electricity, and our own processes. And for that, of course, again, learning how to work, how to collaborate between IT, OT, products, services, and across the value chain of that energy system. For us, a lot of the initiatives that we see in the plan are essential to take the next step and to be able to scale the deployment of technology that today is already available. Of course, we from our side, and I know that there is a lot of interest also in that aspect, in order, for instance, to scale the next stage of offshore wind integration by creating an infrastructure offshore. We will have to do our homework to create interoperability, to modularize the technology, but at the same time, we need also innovation and speed on the regulatory environment, so that will then finally incentivize not only the technology provided, but the entire value chain, including developers, including the TSOs and DSOs, to drive that change.
Thank you, Claudio. Tinne van der Straeten, Energy Minister of Belgium. You are one of 4 energy ministers who signed huge new commitments on offshore wind earlier this year, together with the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, at a summit in Denmark. I think it is 65 gigawatts of offshore wind between the 4 countries, yourselves, the Dutch, Germans and Danes, by 2030, and then 150 gigawatts between the 4 of you by 2050. How is Belgium going to contribute to the delivery of those targets?
Belgium is a small country in the North Sea at an energy crossroads, and we already have today 2.2 gigawatts of offshore wind. It seems to be a small amount, but in terms of capita, we are the second biggest country worldwide. And we are now going to triple this capacity between now and 2030, and even quadruple it by 2040. And why did we decide to triple that capacity? Because initial thinking was maybe we should double it. It was exactly what in this pavilion the wall is saying: pioneer the possible. And we were able to decide to take a political commitment to decide on tripling the capacity due to the brainpower in the sector. And it was the main reasons that the wind turbines have developed. They are becoming bigger, but also that we have new means to connect these wind turbines to land. We will build an artificial island, so we don't need these platforms anymore. So it is technology advances a lot, and that we also want to make very clear as policymakers: if you want to repower EU, using energy as an enabler for peace, then we should also have these ambitious statements. And so we combined with European countries, and today also we combined with other countries, with the GOA, where we were together, the Global Offshore Wind Alliance, where Australia also joined, Ireland, Portugal. So there are many around the world. And so if we combine brainpower and decision power, we can effectively repower EU, but also repower the world, and also repower this continent, this specific continent, Africa, and provide also clean energy to Africans here at home.
Thank you very much. I think on your energy island that you're developing, Minister, you'll still have a need for the equipment that Claudio's company manufactures, yes?
Yes, absolutely. And I'm very happy to be here. And I know Claudio quite some time now, because you always come to see me. They have the most intelligent engineers. They come up with solutions. And we as a country, as Belgium, we also want to export these solutions to other parts in the world. We cannot move without technology available. That's why we always have to combine the brain power in the sector, in technology, available with technology providers, together with our decision power as policymakers.
Thank you, Minister. Commissioner, the Minister has talked about how the evolution of wind energy technology is helping her in Belgium. More broadly, how is technology development and digitalization and development in grid technology going to help deliver the REPower EU goals?
This is necessary precondition, and Claudio was also mentioning that for this development, the regulation has to be in place. So when we presented our Green Deal, we knew that one of the pillars will be electrification. So we need stronger grid connections. We need long-term grid planning, and one of the files under Fit for 55 that was negotiated with co-legislators was Trans-European Network for Energy Infrastructure that now covers also offshore grid connections that are really necessary for this sea-basing cooperation. We can support both the North Sea but also Baltic Sea developments, and I truly hope that Black Sea and Mediterranean and Atlantic will learn from your experience and will scale up their ambitions too. On top of that, of course, we are prioritizing right now the electricity grid investments, especially when they help to connect our different electricity markets. This is a challenge because deadlines are difficult to be met. A couple of months ago, I signed and I participated in the ceremony that started the project that will connect the last island of EU that is a member state and not connected to the rest of the Europe, Cyprus. But they are already facing difficulties how they will find necessary equipment, necessary cables to meet the targets. The same is with Baltic states who are still interconnected with the Russian and Belarusian synchronous area. Again, how to meet the ambitious targets so that they will not find themselves in vulnerable position, despite the fact that Europe is financing subsea cables that could help them. But technology providers are facing difficulties. And on top of that, of course, we are also encouraging our member states to use their recovery funds to strengthen their grids, because this is not only about interconnections between member states, but strengthening your own grids and digitalizing them. Unless you do that, it will be difficult to connect all the solar panels and wind parks that are materializing across Europe. And this year has been extremely good year for renewables, both in solar and wind.
The natural resource has been very good. It's been less good in terms of new renewables investments for reasons that we touched on earlier. But let's hope we get over those problems. Miguel, Portugal, the country you know best, has incredibly ambitious targets, 80% renewable electricity by 2026, I think. How is EDP going to help deliver those targets in Portugal?
Thank you very much. I think it's important to mention that we have a long-standing history in investing in renewables in Portugal, over 2 decades. So the history of the sector, the energy sector, is superposed with our own history. So. And we want to continue on that path. As I've mentioned, we want to be 100% renewable by 2030. We will do that. We have accelerated the shutdown of our coal-fired power plants. So we had a coal-fired power plant that was due to shut down by 2040. We've shut down the power plant in 2021, which is really an ambitious schedule for this asset. And we'll continue to do that. On top of that, I think there's the investment in grids. We've talked about grids today. We think that's paramount also to guarantee that the networks are prepared for the energy transition. So we have a 3.5 billion euros investment over the next 3 years into the national grids. And I would also mention that innovation is critical. We have 3 very notorious use cases. One is the floating offshore installation that we have on the coast of Portugal. It's a 25 megawatt floating offshore. It's the largest in the world. It's close to to oil and gas drilling platforms technology. So it's a floating technology, and we intend to scale up that technology in due time. The other one is floating PV. So in the largest hydro reservoir in Europe, which is Alqueva, it's one of our largest hydropower plants. We have 5 megawatts installation of floating PV, and we've won an auction to enlarge that 5 megawatt to 70 megawatts. And that's a case also of hybridization. It's a case of a hydropower plant that will have wind power generation and solar power generation on a floating PV installation. And the other case, it's the hydrogen hub. So the Sines power plant, the coal-fired power plant I've mentioned, that was shut down in 2021, the site is being converted in a hydrogen green hydrogen hub, along with other partners that we have commissioned as well to this project. And I would end up with another point which I think is critical, which is talent. So as we know, we are facing a war for talent now. Along with the supply chain disruptions, talent is also scarce, and we are contributing to the formation, to the training, and to build skills that are needed for the demand of green jobs. So innovation, investment, accelerated investment, and talent. Those are the three, I would say, pillars for the way that we think Portugal should evolve over the next 3 years.
And how important is it to EDP and to Portugal that the Franco-Spanish electricity interconnector should be expanded?
I think that's a very controversial topic, as we know. We obviously defend that the market should have an infrastructure that creates the base for the fluid transfers of energy between markets. So every connection that may be enlarged and strengthened will be positive to Europe. There are multiple solutions. We are still discussing those multiple solutions, but I think it's better having specific solutions than none.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Claudio, you are the key technology developer, certainly on the grid system integration side of the equation. Tell us briefly, what are the key technologies among today's suite of technologies and those you are developing?
So, and I will come back to one point that Miguel just mentioned in terms of talent, because I think it's something that's an area where I think we as a sector, as an industry, but also with the support of government and institutions, we have to all jointly work. I don't think we have enough talents to deliver what we need to do. On the technology side, first of all, it's very important, at least to us, to understand and hopefully agree and be all aligned that any technology that is available today or in the short term that will help decarbonizing the energy system will have to be deployed. We don't have the luxury to debate whether one is more efficient than the other. We have to go after every single piece of that technology across the energy system, on the generation, on the transmission, on the distribution, on the consumption. Everything that is there that can take out carbon out of that system have to be deployed and have to be deployed at speed and at scale. In our case, focusing on the transmission and distribution side, of course, there is a lot there available today on the strengthening the backbone, strengthening that infrastructure that will have to deal with a higher complexity, as we mentioned before. Higher complexity because the flow will be not one way as it used to be, will not be from few points of generation to few points of consumption. Will it be more on thousands, of hundreds of thousands of points of generation, and the same on the consumption? And the flow will go either direction. So technology needs to be ready to deal with that higher complexity. And of course, three areas that we as a technology provider are concentrating on across that portfolio of products and solutions. Number one is we have to continue and do more to make sure that everything that we provide, from products and systems, it's more sustainable. So we need to look at the life cycle and the carbon footprint of those products, whether it's a switchgear, a transformer, a converter, or an automation system. That's number one. So taking out, for instance, SF6 gas out of the equation. That's an important aspect that we're working on, and then needs to be, of course, adopted again with the right regulation, with the right policy behind to support that fast adoption. The other one is in the grid today, you have a much higher level of power electronics technology that comes in across, starting with when you look at if you want to integrate solar, you need power conversion. That's power electronics technology. If you want to run properly wind turbines, you need power conversion. That's power electronics. On the transmission side, HVDC, it's based on power electronics, but also STATCOM solutions that are allowing AC existing transmission lines to upgrade, to transform and transport much higher levels of energy in current existing overhead. Again, power electronics come in as an important element. And then, of course, on the consumption side, if you look at charging infrastructure, battery, they all need that same technology. And the third one, as we said before, is digitalization. It's the IT, it's the OT, it's the automation, it's the software that will allow the assets to connect, to share data, that then the users, the operators, and the providers of that technology can then take and feed back into the entire life cycle, starting from the planning and designing phase, to improve the design, of course, improving how we build those assets and the infrastructure that goes with it, and of course, operation, maintenance, and at the end of the day, the circularity also of those assets, which is essential to take the footprint, carbon footprint, out of that equation.
Thank you, Claudio. Minister, you've told us about Belgium. Tell us briefly your perspective on Europe more broadly. You're in constant dialogue with other EU and other European energy ministers and with the Commissioner. If we were to ask you, Minister, what are the 3 things that must happen in Europe to deliver the energy transition? What would they be?
So many things, so it's always difficult to name only 3, but let me start with the most fundamental one. Always go with the fundamentals first, and that is energy efficiency first. And this is of utmost importance now, and specifically in these days. It is the one solution together with renewable energy to both the climate crisis and the energy crisis today. And Kadri already mentioned that we have decided to bring down gas demand with 15%. We did that, and it was a decision that we've taken before summer. And it's clear that we should continue this effort and maybe also analyze how we are doing, and if we cannot do better than we are doing today. And so we had a big discussion in Council on the energy performance of buildings. And in Belgium we have one of the most non-efficient homes. So we are losing energy every day. And if we bring down demand, then we bring down prices, we secure our supply, and we make sure that our citizens in the whole European Union live in healthy houses. So although I love technology and I love to talk with you about the switchgears that I've seen myself when I flew out to the North Sea, let's not forget that we do our jobs. I was going to say during daytime, but I think all of us, we all also work in the evening and maybe sometimes at night. But we go home and we heat our homes. And maybe we have enough money to make sure that we have the latest available heat pump. And maybe we don't care if our contract was renegotiated by our energy supplier. But we are not the reference here. Reference here are people around us who live in neighborhoods who don't have access to this renovation plan. So that is the most important thing. And then the energy that we still need, that we produce it in a clean and affordable way, so through renewable energies, that we have to invest in not only in capacity, but also flexibility, that we tap into the flexibility, digitalization and so on. And the third one is it must be a just transition, but that I've mentioned in the first topic. And how would we make all this possible? We have a framework in place that is negotiated at this moment in time. It's the Fit for 55, and we need it there up and ready as soon as possible. And so I know that this is not done by Sweden and it's hosted by you, but we are in the Swedish pavilion, and Sweden is the incoming president of the European Union. But we count on the several trilogues that are taking place. We have already decided on the CO2 for cars. Renovation and buildings are now going into the trilogue. But this package, this Fit for 55 package, it's our way to peace. It's our peace project, and it needs to be in place as soon as possible.
Excellent. Panelists, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank the excellent panel in the usual way. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for Business Sweden for hosting us. We're here to discuss a very important subject, which is, can farmers in Egypt and Africa feed the world, and the role of long-duration energy storage in supplying sustainable agriculture. It's been, so this panel and this discussion will cover a lot of things, from energy, from water, agriculture, business models, innovation, and the heart of it, and how we can, all these things can serve agriculture. And the panel with us today is quite well equipped to talk about this. We have three panelists. We have Mohamed Demerdash, CEO and co-founder of Engazaat Development. We have, please join the stage. We have with us here Jonas Wallmander, CEO of Azelio AB, long duration energy storage technology. And we have with us online Quentin Raguetli, CEO of Mascara Nouvelle Technologie, a desalination technology provider from France. Quentin, are you with us? All right. He's on his way. So we will start the discussion first. Thank you all for being here, first of all. And we will start the discussion right away with, since it's Energy Day today, I thought we'd start with the energy part. Jonas, maybe you can introduce us a little bit about Azelio and the role of long-duration energy storage in agriculture.
Thank you. And so, Azelio, we are a long-duration energy storage company. And as we all know, renewables such as wind and solar, they are only available for energy production when the sun is shining or the wind is blowing. And due to this, we have to store the energy produced by wind and solar. And we have to store it for grid stability, to not have fluctuating electricity grids. But we also have to store it for our industries that want to create sort of profitable businesses and need production 24/7. And the solution of Azelio is by combining our solution with renewable energy, we are able to provide energy 24/7 with no CO2 emissions. And this is unique. And this is the difference if you compare this with such normal batteries that has a couple of hours of storage. We have much more capacity, but we have a very good fit for industrial applications. One of the strengths of our technology is also that we are very scalable. We can scale from very small installations on 0.5 megawatts up to 20 megawatts. And this gives a very, very good fit into the agriculture space, because the agriculture space today is roughly 24% of all CO2 emissions in the world. And to decarbonize agriculture, we have to provide renewable energy solutions that is decarbonizing the agriculture. And our sort of customers are very often farmers, and they're farmers in like poultry, greenhouses, fish farmers, but also, as the project we are going to present today, desalination. Because water is one of the key things that you need to run a farm. If you want to grow crops, you need water. And you need pure water to be able to grow high-value crops. You cannot only grow like olives So yes, that is Azelio. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonas. When I think of energy, I usually think of it as an enabler. I mean, if you think of it, without energy, we cannot do much. And it is an enabler for agriculture. So to move to the point, which is what is closest to our hearts usually, which is food, and food comes usually from agriculture. I leave the floor or the mic to Muhammad to describe a little bit the agricultural landscape in Egypt and in the region.
Yeah, thank you, Ralph, very much for this introduction. Jonas, thank you for inviting me for such a panel. Let me just reflect on the situation that we are having here in Egypt. That is not only Egypt, it's Saharan, Sub-Saharan Africa, and most of the region. As Ralph, I will just pick on your last word. When we discuss enablement, let's just understand the context we are actually ahead of. If we say, look, just a bird-eye view on the agriculture sector, we will find that 24% of the labor force in Egypt is on agriculture. That makes agriculture the biggest or one of the biggest employers in town. The second is that when we discuss agriculture, we discuss 80% of the water consumption is in agriculture. So it spends only 9 to 10% on drinking water. 80% is in agriculture. It is also in tangency with very important and crucial topic that is food import in Egypt. And food import in Egypt has a lot of repercussion on the dollar, on the dollars and the foreign currency stress that we are now facing, and most of the African countries are facing. And that's causing lots of inflations and stuff like that. We import more than 65% of the food staples from the world, mostly in wheat and corn. Okay, and it's also add this to another fact that 95% of Egypt's arable land is in the desert that has the potential to reclaim. And just let me stop here a little second. That Egypt has been doing agriculture for thousands of years. Okay. For thousands of years. But now the Egyptians are facing for the first time ever in history a new challenge totally to go to the desert to reclaim their lands, to produce their foods. And that's a new challenge with new ecological endeavor that Egyptians had never known. So put this all in context, we are ahead of something that's very important. The key word that tackles all those in one shot to work smartly is sustainable agriculture. And sustainable agriculture definitely by design implies a preliminary assumption that it includes sustainable clean tech utility infrastructure to produce food, best quality food, at the least water footprint, at the least emissions, at the most efficient cost. That's our mission together since 4 years development in this project and more. Okay, to enable small farmers to do that. So that is the landscape, that is where we are, and that's the challenge and the target missions that we have had on our site, and that's now where we end. So, Ralph? Yeah?
Thank you, Muhammad. Thank you, Muhammad. Yeah, very, very well described. I think the challenge of agriculture in Egypt, but also not only in Egypt, in Africa, but also everywhere in the world. I think that's a big challenge. And that's a very good picture of the landscape. When we talk agriculture, we talk water, right? We cannot grow anything without the right water. And this is where I leave the floor to Quentin, who's with us from Chartres in France, and to give us a little bit Mascara's perception of the water problem and what they are doing to solve it. Quentin, the floor is yours.
Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you very much to invite me to participate, even remotely. But I'm really pleased to talk about this topic, which is a really important topic. As you mentioned, water needs are very important for agricultural purposes. If you look globally, the water consumptions for agricultural purposes represent 70% of the consumption of water, which is huge. I mean, the biggest consumption of water is for agricultural purposes. And all population, as it was mentioned, need water and agricultural to stabilize and to grow. So it's really vital need. And the paradox is we are on a blue planet, but this blue planet is mainly covered with salty water. More than 97% of the water on the planet is salty water, and less than 1% is fresh water that is covering our need of water. So we have very, very, very few fresh water on Earth. But we have huge amount of resources, which is salty water. And that's the reason why Mascara is looking how to desalinate water, to adapt water treatment, to produce fresh water. Use the benefit of huge amount of water and preserve fresh water and cope the need of agricultural need. So we developed a solutions that is able to desalinate water with power generated from renewable energy, and mainly solar panel energy, that we are able to just do the treatment of desalination of water. We need, the problem with renewable energy usually is that they are highly fluctuating, and we just adapt the water treatment to be able to cope this fluctuation and to adapt the water production according the power production. And so we can run in a very remote area with just simple solutions, or we can be involved in more elaborate and sophisticated and complex projects such as MOGRA with storage, power storage, and so on, to be able to produce bigger amount of water. Desalination is with reverse osmosis is a really modular solution and can be adapted to small production, but even for very big productions. So we have a solutions where we can produce water and water that can be dedicated to agricultural purposes, which is very important. Thank you very much.
Very important. Thank you, Quentin. So we've heard problems. We've heard that agriculture is responsible for 24% of global emissions, that 70% of water is used globally for agriculture, and that in Egypt, 95% of the land is desert land, so non-arable to start with. And here I think that this is where the three parties here with us today have come up with a solution to all these problems. And this is where I think I will leave the floor to first for Mohammed to explain to us how the solution started, and then leave the floor to Jonas and Quentin to reflect on this. And the solution is an alliance between the three companies, Engazaat, Azelio, and Mascara, in order to form a clean tech utility, what they called the Save Clean Tech Utilities. Mohammed, maybe you can give us more about this solution.
Thank you, Ralph. Shall we be able to? Yeah. No. Okay. First of all, let's just start from where we had this conversation. That the demand is really there. So if we are talking 90% of the land in a country like Egypt of 100 million, if we are discussing a country that is facing lots of water security stress, and we are discussing also what we call food security, water scarcity, and energy supply in the off-grid market, so the demand is really huge, and that's a fact. The other fact is that the technology is there in the world. We have the solar panels, we have desalination systems and RO systems, and we have storage systems, and they are there, they are qualified, they're committed, they're able to solve the problem. But the problem and the challenge we identify between those two facts, the demand and the availability of technology, is the adoption rates of the mainstream market to this very essential for the development of life in Africa and Saharan Africa. Okay, so to solve this adoption problem, we needed to make it accessible to everyone, to democratize it, to make it available for everybody to be able to cultivate on solar, clean energy, and to provide clean water to everyone who can actually produce food, small farms. And the recognition here that this small farmer, we put him lots of hassle. He delivers most of the value, but he gets least of the returns. So what we need to do here is just to enable him with solar, water, energy, but on pay-as-you-go basis, on buy now, pay later basis, as a service. So he only pays what he consumes, water or electricity, when he's able to do that, when he sells his crop. By that mission, that is a way that we can decentralize and ignite a community-led transformation. So let's imagine this, a farmer who is there having huge land that's in the desert, and we are telling him, here you go, this is the power you need, this is the water you need, do it that way to be able to do it right, and then he starts putting all his efforts to enable it. He pays when he actually makes his returns. That is a bet on decentralized systems, because it is definitely going to go way faster than the capacity of grid to reach out for those lands. So we've done that, and we have been in this quest together, Azelio, Mascara, and Engazaat on the ground here, just to enable that model to happen. We faced so many challenges in the process, and everybody of us had moved way more than his comfort zone of doing business to be here now and to deliver this investment before COP27 and beyond it, and expand it to rest of regions in Egypt and beyond it to Africa. Is that we faced mainly, I will name two main challenges that we worked really hard with so many techniques to deliver on. Number one is to de-risk the agro sector that is on a high risk profile, and to enable this kind of investments to flow that needed a lot of attention, a lot of technological solutions, and lots of structures to be able to enable it. So de-risking this profile and be able to ignite the first of its kind WEF Nexus investment in the region to solarize the biggest solar desalination plant in the region. And I believe it's the biggest Azelio's implementation even in the world.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. So we've done that. We are delivering that as a service in a very thank you, Trey. In a very underserved area. And we've been now successful. So the de-risking was a pillar, and going into minimizing the levelized cost of water, increasing the efficiency to be able to make agronomical returns for small farmers. So we worked hard to do.
So producing clean water. We also have a financial setup that enables the water to be sold as water as a service to the farmers. And by that, we together enable businesses in remote locations in Egypt, and we sort of give them instructions such that they will be profitable. And I think this is a huge thing, creating profitable business.
Quentin, can we
solutions locally, and we just warranty that we are just provided what is needed and how we can make things sustainable. I mean, de-risking the project was be confident that it can be sustainable and it can be socially sustainable for the needs you need to achieve, and particularly in Egypt. And to achieve this, it was very, very interesting to work all together with solution providers, Azelio, Mascara, but really also with Engazaat locally. I mean, it was really important to have their view about how we can switch the economic model, how we can structure the project, and so on, to achieve a scalability of the project. And what's really, really important for us is that the alliance warranty that we can de-risking a project, we can make it available now, and we can scale up it for the future for all different kind of need, because we are just thinking how we can adapt to the context. This is really important for us.
Very good. I think innovation here runs throughout the project, not only from the technologies of the systems used, whether in Azelio's systems or in Mascara's desalination system, both of which are innovative, but also in the business model that is quite innovative, that addresses the challenges of the farmers. So that's a very good approach. And if we go to the single most important part of this, which are the farmers. So we are talking, can the farmers feed Africa and beyond? And I think one particular group of farmers that the partners started thinking about is the farmers in Moghra. And this is where perhaps I would like to discuss the second generation of the Alliance's project, which is in Moghra. Hamad, I think you're best suited to start the conversation and to let us know what's happening there and what are you doing together with Azelio and Mascara.
Thank you, Ralph. To put things in place and where we landed, before going into that, I would want to thank the Presidency of Egypt, the Prime Ministry of Egypt, the champion of the COP27 for awarding our project as well as the award winner for smart and green governorate initiatives. That's the biggest initiative for private sector in the COP27, and that was a great honor and a commitment from the government in the coming period of time to take this to the next level, to the region and to the world. So we're just back from a session right now with the champion of the COP, and I believe that was extremely inspiring for us to keep going and doing what we're doing. As for reflecting on El Moghra, this is our second generation of projects. So the first one was in Dakhla, that's in Al Wadi Gadid, in a governorate that makes more than 40-something% of the surface area of the land, and with 250,000 only of residents. So 45% of the land on 250K thousands of residents. That's proportionally not compliant, and the reason that there is no ignition for development there that we are trying to help. And the second generation of our project is the elevation of this model in terms of technology and in terms of business model as well, to deliver the water as a service, the energy as a service with zero emissions, zero capital burdens, zero technical burdens, and just on pay-as-you-go basis. In Moghra, there is a huge project over there, the master development done with the Egyptian Countryside Development Company, 100% owned company by the government. We have around 225,000 beneficiaries over there, facing challenges of highly saline water, lack of electricity, and developmental challenges of that sort. So our stakeholders there, we believe that we are talking about a universe of 25,000 small and medium-sized farmers with lands does not exceed 5 to 10 acres. Those guys are located on more than 300,000 acres of land in Moghra alone. We estimated the investment size for the replication of such a model of no less than $6 billion of investments in clean energy and in water. And what Azelio is doing, I mean, I'm here standing, and we have chosen Azelio and Mascara for reasons. The most important one is resilience. And when we talk about resilience, we talk about social, environmental, and economic resilience of the solution. We are able to discharge electricity with only on 13 hours, not just a small push of power or surge of power, on 13 hours of discharge. That enabled much better economics on the 20 years, 25 years of economies. That also enabled much better economics when it comes to desalination quanta. And that had enabled us to trace more, with the smart systems of management, you cannot actually control what you cannot measure. So we're now able to trace every single drop of water in every single fruit and every single kilowatt hour of energy in every single vegetable produced. And that makes efficiency. So we do not claim that we have reached the whole formula. I guess there is a lot more to learn and a lot of engagement that is needed from all the stakeholders, government, academia. The American University in Cairo is present here. They are our consultant on the environmental and social studies to make sure that this impact is reached its own targets in terms of social targets and environmental targets, environmentally managing the brine and taking the whole cycle on clean format for this and beyond. So that's for the context, Ralph. Yeah.
Thank you for this overview of the Mohra project and what you're doing there. Quentin, can we have your take on the Mohra project and about Mascara's installation there to understand a little bit more?
Yes, so as it was mentioned, so we are going to put in place a desalination unit. So just to be more precise, when you are talking about salty water, you have two kinds of salty water. You have seawater, which is highly salty, and you have brackish water, where it's less salty than the seawater. Usually it's 10 times less salty than seawater. And in Mogra, we have to desalinate brackish water that is there. And to get rid of the salt in order not to, most of the vegetables are on what you are growing for agricultures. Salt is not something good for the growing of the vegetables. So we are going to put in place a unit for desalination, which is it's a reverse osmosis process. So through membranes, we just separate the salt from the fresh water. And so in one hand, we have fresh water. On the other hand, we have a brine, which is more salty water. But from the fact we really developed eco-technology, we use this brine to grow, to do some fish farmings, to grow some vegetables and plants that can grow in salty water and get benefits also from the brine to have other usage for agricultural purposes. So we think these projects are a whole, and everything, each steps has to be eco-technology solutions. That's how it's a resilience project, and it's a sustainable project for us.
Thank you, Quentin. Jonas, what's the role of and the need for long-duration energy storage in the Mohra project, and what is Azelio doing there?
The goal for long-duration energy storage is that we will be able to sort of lower the energy costs for these types of applications that are far out on the grid, that have issues today with blackouts, brownouts, load shedding, or no access to grid whatsoever. But what I also see with this project is that we have built a model, not only a model from sort of technology point of view, but also we have built a model that is a financial model that is able to replicate over and over again. And that is the key, that we have built a financial model where we can replicate this project like in Mogra, in different other places all through Egypt, and then sort of expand this model to other places in the world. And that is really there are very, very innovative technologies here, but the key sort of innovation is in the financing, being able to sort of have a financing model that is going to be able to reproduce over and over again. And I strongly believe that that is our mission together. And by that, we will decarbonize the agriculture sector. We will decarbonize some of the maybe hardest parts of the agriculture sector. And that's the irrigation, desalination part of it. Because that's have never been done before, but to my sort of knowledge.
It's a good point to raise and to move us to the next stage. I think that's a very good project in a specific location. Everybody wants to hear how can we scale it, how can we grow, what is needed to be able to replicate this. And I'm thinking you mentioned finance at the last part of your talk, and I can read here finance. We're at the booth in Business Sweden. We have a variety of financial systems distributing capital to climate solutions. My questions to the panelists, and maybe we have some in the audience that can answer as well, is how easy is it to finance projects like these? Now that within a year the project will be on the ground, up and running, so everybody can see that it works, that it is there, that the solution is there. How do you feel about getting the finance for such projects? Maybe you can start with Hamad.
I believe when we were saying together what we are saying now 4 years ago, that was madness, you know? I mean, how would you go there and do that? And with such a risk profile, with such a bankability and feasibility issues and stuff like that. I guess now we are, in my opinion, maybe I'm a bit optimistic, but I believe the tough times are behind us now. So I believe we have decoded the formula in terms of financial engineering and structure from one side of things, and in terms of technological efficiency from another side of things. Today, as we stand right here, we have signed with the Agro Development Bank of Egypt the Memorandum of Understanding for the SAFE 3 project. That is 20 times more what we are doing right now. That was announced and launched 3-4 days ago. We had today the commitments and the pledges of the Egyptian government to support us on a PPP structure, on agro development models that will take us to the next level of expanding the impact of such a project. We have the commitments of the EBRD and also other financial institutions of interest to support this kind of projects in terms of consultancy and so forth. And this was announced officially on the Ministry of Planning websites. I guess with the smart and green governorate initiatives and the highlights that we've had with the champion of the COP, the Prime Minister, and overall the presidency of Egypt, I guess we are now ready to go. Since this development and we make it live, I guess the toughest time now is to put it on the ground and make the world see it. And afterwards, I guess there is a lot of exciting endeavor ahead of us.
Good to hear. Jonas, you want to add on something on this?
I just can sort of really well said, Mohammed. And this is the product that we can replicate so many times. And as you say, we are on our way replicating this. And when we do that, we will sort of, I told this already, but it's so important. So be able to build profitable businesses on agriculture in the desert of Egypt. That it's not only a good thing, sort of a financial good model, it's also something that is good for the heart. And I strongly feel that this project is good for the heart. And yeah.
That's good.
And of course, good for climate, because it's a huge decarbonization by producing desalinized water with 100% renewables and no carbon.
Perfect. If one project is good to the heart, imagine what hundreds and thousands of similar projects could do to your heart. That's very good. Quentin, I will ask you the same question. What do you think, now that we have the project set up in place and the execution very shortly starting, what do you think you could ask of anyone listening for support, for financials or financial support or other types of support to be able to replicate this kind of project?
I think, as it was mentioned, everything relies on the quality of a project. I mean, financing can be accessed if according to the quality of a project. What is also really important is policy, that you have that everything is well aligned in a country or a place where you want to implement a project and you want to do scalability. You have that not only financing, but the whole ecosystem needed to push the project is fully aligned. And policy is also really important. I mean, if, as it was mentioned by Mohamed, if there's no policy aligned, then you cannot push to the front your project. And also, it's something, as it was mentioned, when you start the project, at the beginning, you imagine things. And then you learn a lot during the project. You learn a lot thanks to your partners, that there are different culture, different way of thinking. And then it's changed even your vision and the way to push forward solutions. So it's really quite interesting. So you have to stay open-minded. You have to ask others also that everything is well aligned and to have a fully ecosystem that can make things happen. And financing is one part, policy is another part, technical solutions is also a part, and also people which are able to put things together and make things happen in a sustainable way and with a conscious of doing things right and impactful, specifically for global warming, that is the subject of the COP27.
Very good. Thank you, Quentin. Before closing, is there any questions from the floor? Yes, please. It's on. Just.
السيد عمران, a professor at Faculty of Agriculture, Suez Canal University. First, I would like to thank all the presenters for presentation. It is a very, very good presentation. And I think all the three presentations are connected and integrated with each other. To answer the question I saw in the panel, can Egypt and Africa feed the world? I think the answer is very difficult, not easy to answer this question, but I think in the same time, different project, maybe somewhere answer the question, because I see 17 from the Sustainable Development Goals are exist in the three projects. And this is very important because always sustainability dimension is neglected from the project. So if we look from the other side, from farmer, my question is, the socio-economic part, it's very important part from the farmer view. So socio-economic part is very important for farmer. If we can talk about the socio-economic in the three projects for sustainability after COP27, COP27 is just a start for sustainability afterwards. We need this project to continue, not to stop. Yes. So what about the socio-economic in the different projects? And for financing, is COP here is a good opportunity for finance. So we can talk with people, we show them some things, and we get the financial. Yeah. So thank you.
I think the project answers 10 of the SDGs, of the UN SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. And the project, I will leave maybe the floor to Muhammad to answer your socio-economic, but I think it answers this problem quite well.
Thank you, Dr. Said, for the amazing question. Actually, we're discussing here, we are all as Alliance launching a single project that's in Moghra. And that more than we are launching a business model for replication for beyond that. So we have gathered up to make this investment technological structure to take, to enable small farmers as part of our mission to enable them to feed the world, to try to answer this question. Taking it to what you said, I mean, basically, the small farmer, we told a farmer-centric approach. We are trying to deliver the infrastructure without capital burden, without technological burden, and to make it affordable for him to make good economics from the environmental, from the agriculture return. As Ralph said, we are talking about 10 SDG goals: clean access to water, access to clean water, access to clean energy, and so many else, elevating poverty, elevating hunger, so many. But we have the American University in Cairo, and I would end with this, with their extensive expertise as our arm here to do the environmental and social studies, as to make sure that we are delivering on what we are promising in terms of social and environmental impact of things, and also having the international financial institutions. That is an integral part of the finance we raised to do this project. So at the end of the day, we are going this for a purpose, as Jonas just said. It is close to the heart. That had what motivated us all to be here, to change our business models and to transform it totally to serve this very objective, and we will make sure it's actually going to happen.
Thank you for the question. Thank you everyone for attending. I would like to thank all the panelists. Shukran Mohammed, Taksomike, Jonas. Merci beaucoup, Quentin. And thank you very much. With this, I will close this session.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our session on ensuring a just energy transition here at the Swedish Pavilion. My name is Albert Chung. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the Global Head of Research at Bloomberg NEF. And it's a real pleasure, actually, to be hosting this terrific group of leaders on, I think, an extremely important topic. And this topic of just transition has really risen to the top of the agenda over the last few years, and especially here at COP27. We've been hearing so much about the flows of finance that are required to finance the transition in emerging economies. It's estimated that about $1 trillion of annual flows of investment are required for emerging markets and developing economies to get on track for the low carbon transition. And according to our data at BNEF, the actual number at the moment is more like 70 billion annually, so about 7% of what's required. The good news is there's progress. We've heard about the new Indonesian Just Energy Transition Partnership that's been launched today, as well as the South African one that's a year in to the process at the moment. And the money is just the beginning. We know that we need to consider all of the aspects around workers' transitions, around communities, around legacy industries, and of course also the issues around universal access to clean energy, which is part of it too. And then finally, just to say that the concept of just transition isn't only about international cooperation, but also about how to help underserved communities at home, domestically in countries around the world too. So a lot to talk about. We have a brilliant panel of leaders who are going to share not only the depth of experience and insight on this topic, but also the breadth of different perspectives from the global north and the global south, from business, from policy and technology, and those different aspects too. So it's my pleasure to introduce, we'll go from the order of seating here, Romina Pourmokhtari, the Minister for Climate and the Environment of Sweden, Claudio Facchin, the CEO of Hitachi Energy, Andre de Ruyter, Group CEO of Eskom, and Dr. Rania Al-Mashat, the Minister of International Cooperation from Egypt. And Minister Pourmokhtari, I'd like you to kick it off actually, and maybe just share a little bit about how Sweden sees this question of just transition globally. Sweden's often seen as a leader in the climate space. And just tell us a bit about how Sweden and your government think about this question of financial flows to support the transition in developing economies.
Well, thank you for inviting me to this event. I really look forward to discussing these topics. They are very important. And first of all, I'd like to point out that experience clearly demonstrates that change happens when innovation, entrepreneurship, and trade is fully utilized. So the urgency of climate action motivates support from states, but first and foremost, all states must provide the right conditions for households and companies to make the right decisions towards a climate positive way, and a conducive financial environment for facilitating the clean energy transition. Stable, long-term framework conditions is key. The private sector offers innovative solutions, and I'm very proud of leading the leading global companies we have in Sweden, like Hitachi Energy, present here today, and also together with a range of innovative companies forming part of our Swedish delegation at COP27. And when it comes to financing, Sweden is one of the largest contributors of financial support for developing the emerging markets. And clean energy has for sure been one of the key areas, and its importance for an inclusive economic development and minimizing climate and environmental impact. In several countries, for example, Tanzania, Zambia, Mozambique, we have for many years closely collaborated with the ministries and the utilities, both when it comes to capacity building and financial contributions. And this has included new energy generation projects, hydro, solar, and it strengthens the electricity grid, both to support electrification for all, but also ensuring that the grid is ready for transition for renewable energy. And our support to the regional power pools in Africa is another great example of our contribution to connect and integrate the energy markets. We are starting to see some concrete results of one of them in Southern Africa, the Southern African Power Pool, but more recently also in West and East Africa. We have also backed up the World Bank, Asian Development Bank, African Development Bank to enable and strengthen energy investments. And Sweden is also backing Swedish solutions through our two expert credit agencies, where several key projects have been secured. So well-established companies have been a part of this development for a very long time, and a number of them for a very, very long time, for more than 100 years. And we're very proud that the high voltage direct currency technology was developed in Sweden, and that the small city of Ludvika, where you'll find Hitachi Energy, is the global high voltage capital. An important area is the electrification of the transportation sector. Companies like Volvo and Scania are truly paving the way for sustainable transition with mobility and logistics. And Sweden is one of the leading countries for sustainable battery manufacturing, starting with Northvolt, followed by many new investments in the whole value chain. And we do have a world-class startup scene. In the Swedish delegation at COP27, you'll find an impressive number of innovative companies, ranging from ocean energy, Minesto, and also energy storage, Azelio. And whether it's within mobility, electric flights, such as Heart Aerospace, or autonomous electrified trucks from Einride. We have a lot of examples, right? And all of these technical solutions, together with a very strong focus on collaboration with the right local partners, is key for a just energy transition. Both large and small companies have already a strong footprint in emerging markets, and together with local partners, they can ensure a long-term focus on reaching a successful implementation of these solutions together. Together with the private sector, the Swedish government has been part of the development of many key projects in the region. We have supported the largest solar park in sub-Saharan Africa, Sun Africa, and more recently we have been engaging in connecting Africa with the Middle East through the HVDC link between Egypt and Saudi Arabia. So there's a lot of aspects of this, but as you can gather, the technical solutions together with a strong focus on collaboration has been key.
Thank you very much, Minister Pourmokhtari, and great to have that kind of full spectrum of different aspects to this, not only the finance, but also the involvement of the private sector, the role of innovation and technology, and also, you know, incredibly important that you mentioned grid expansion and as well. I think those are great points. Thank you. Minister Al-Mashad, if I could turn to you, maybe you could take a few minutes and just talk us through a bit about Egypt's vision for a human-centered and just transition and some of the key activities and pillars within that vision.
Well, thank you very much, and very happy to be here in the Swedish pavilion, and also this morning the Lead It initiative led by Sweden. So again, a country that's pushing forward in many different pathways. Let me focus my discussion on two important points. And Andrew, you're from the New Economy Forum of Bloomberg. And last year, when we met in Singapore, there was a lot of discussion on the amount of pledges that were made in Glasgow, and how can we take these pledges to be implemented on the ground? What is needed to be able to make the supply of the pledges meet the demand from the different countries? There's something in between that needs to be bridged. Over the past 12 months, with the different stakeholders, and the minister mentioned the private sector, she mentioned those who provide the capital. Capital providers could be multilateral development banks, the bilaterals that actually provide money to the MDBs, philanthropies coming in. And so how can we take a look at what each stakeholder needs to do, including the government, of course, when it comes to policy and regulations, to invite private sector and to help in designing de-risking tools that would actually help push from pledges to implementation. To answer that question, here at COP27, just last week we launched the Sharm el-Sheikh guidebook for just financing, so I also want all the audience maybe to take a look at this. We provide very concrete examples of not what are the problems, but how we can solve them. And it's not just on mitigation, but also adaptation. So this is just one toolkit, which is very, very important for countries, for MDBs, for philanthropies, and for the private sector when it comes to de-risking tools, etc. the Egypt situation. We're an emerging market, and I'm very happy that we have South Africa with us here presented, because when we were in Glasgow last year, South Africa deal was a very inspiring deal, and it's part of the Just Energy Transition Platforms, JETPs. So when we were moving towards COP27, and I'm the minister that is responsible for concessional finance in the country, so all my colleagues in cabinet told me South Africa got 8.5 billion. What are you going to do? So then I called our G7 friends and I was like, okay, so can Egypt become a JETP country? And the criteria is not exactly the same. We are not, we do not use coal. We do not have huge contributions when it comes to green gas emissions, but we do have a vision of moving towards green in different sectors: sustainable transport, renewables, water desalination, and so forth. So we put out our 2050 country climate strategy. This was in June. We also updated our nationally determined contributions, our NDCs, and we published both. And then I said, okay, I'll take a subset of projects, 9 projects in particular, which have mitigation and adaptation, because this COP is not only about mitigation but adaptation, given the needs of the continent and the focus with respect to financing for adaptation. And we created Egypt's country platform for the nexus of water, food, and energy. Nexus of water, food, and energy. There's a link between the three. Renewable energy produced for water desalination, which then can help agriculture. So this nexus is a very important one. And Nexus, NWFE, NWFE, that's the way it's pronounced in Arabic, and it means fulfilling pledges. So when we say from pledges to implementation, our platform is a replicable example for other countries where you have policy at the core of what you are doing with respect to bringing in the private sector. Hitachi works with Egypt in projects, particularly on the transmission to neighboring countries with electricity and renewable. So policies at the core of it. And then we leverage our international partnerships. Sweden, Germany, France, World Bank, African Development, EBRD, all of them have partnered with the country over several years. We started our transition in 2014. So we have tangible projects that were implemented on the ground. So as we're moving to the next phase towards our 2050 pathway, then we leveraged on these partnerships and designed a way to create a country-led platform with international partners, bilateral, multilateral, and we also have different financing tools, including debt swaps for within the energy pillar. So this is also an innovation that we are presenting at COP27, so that hopefully taking the next 12 months as president of COP to actually show how this can be replicated in other countries. On the human element that you mentioned, for example, on the energy pillar in Nuwafi, we have decommissioning of power electricity generating plants. And when we close the 5 plants that produce the 5 gigawatts and replace them by 10 gigawatts, there are citizens that will be displaced, and that's why the grant component within our platform is going to be used to actually spend on that. So there is a very important, when you say that just transition and when we say just financing, it's not just being able to implement the objective, but also link it in terms of sustainability. So you want these people to have sustainable jobs going forward. And also when we talk about just financing, it's not just the amount of financing, but a sustainable pool of financing. So this is, I can go on for a very long time, but I don't want to crowd out the rest of the panel. But we want everybody to take a look at the country platform, Nuwafi, and we always say to our partners and the private sector, because this is also, it's a platform for the private sector to come and implement these projects, and we always end by saying, let's Nuwafi together, let's fulfill our pledges towards the climate action together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Al-Mashat. And great to hear about all the hard work you've been doing and the partnerships you've been building. Maybe to transition from one end of Africa to the other and talk a bit about South Africa, where the spotlight has been on South Africa over the last year, ever since the $8.5 billion partnership was announced a year ago. And there's a lot of expectation that this can be a template for other countries in future, that we've already talked about. Can you just tell us a bit about how things have gone in the past year? What are kind of the key challenges and next steps? And then can it deliver? Can it be that template, that blueprint for other parts of the world?
Yeah, I think when we initially conceived of the transaction that's become known as the JET-P, we had in mind a far simpler transaction. But of course, the more complexity you introduce in terms of numbers of partners, in terms of the numbers of beneficiaries that will benefit from this facility, the more complex the transaction becomes. So just to put in place a South African investment plan has taken an extraordinary amount of effort and time, bearing in mind that South Africa's got a very carbon-intensive economy. We are number 12 in terms of global carbon emissions, and we have one of the most carbon-intensive economies in the world due to the fact that we are so highly dependent on coal. So that, from a certain perspective, made us an ideal partner to engage in a transaction like this. So I think it's when you talk about a template, one would need to think about a country like Indonesia as a good example, where those conditions also prevail. Carbon intensity, big exposure to coal, and then also being in a position to accelerate the decarbonization of the economy through concessional financing. The investment plan was finally unveiled at COP this year, so that is a huge milestone to identifying the projects that we've identified for accelerated decarbonization from a utility perspective, bearing in mind that Eskom itself is responsible for 41% of South Africa's carbon emissions. If you net that off against the African continent in total, 25% of African carbon emissions come from Eskom. So we're a daunting counterparty to a transaction like this. So we've got a lot of carbon to offer to take out of the atmosphere. So I think the projects that we've identified from an Eskom perspective are by and large focused on enabling private sector investment. So we want to expand our grid to the areas where we have the best solar and wind resources in the country. We also want to make strategic investments in our grid to enable increased and accelerated private sector access to new green generation technologies. And I think this is really a key driver, and should be a key driver. We believe that the private sector needs to invest based on normal business considerations. With other words, earning a return above the weighted average cost of capital. Concessional financing, in our view, should be extended to those projects that are catalytic in nature. So let me give an example. At one of our power stations, we have a single transformer that will cost about $30 million. But that $30 million will unlock grid access for 3,000 megawatts of renewable generation capacity. Now that is the sort of catalytic project that I believe should be the target of concessional financing to unlock the opportunities for private investors to earn that reasonable commercial return, and then eventually drive commerciality also in the electricity sector.
Thank you very much, and I think it's so important to remember the role of unlocking private capital in this, because no government can possibly, a rich country, developing country, can possibly finance all of this requirement that we're talking about. Claudio, let's turn to you and let's talk a bit about technology, which Minister Pourmokhtari already touched upon a little bit. But maybe just give us your view on some of the key technologies and applications that are really going to move the needle now in the next few years on this just energy transition.
Sure. First of all, thanks particularly also for your good introduction. You already described quite a few of those technologies as well. We as Hitachi Energy, we actually commercialized the first high voltage direct current technology in Sweden, and since then has become This was like almost 70 years ago, but by then it was a kind of a niche technology, and by now it starts to become mainstream. To tackle a lot of what also Andre was mentioning is ensuring that not only at country level but at regional level, and of course Africa has a lot to offer there in terms of interconnecting all the renewable resources that the continent has, whether it's solar, wind, hydro, and some of that technology has already been deployed, but not at the scale that it requires in order to deliver that decarbonization journey. Another good ground for further development, particularly in a continent like Africa, is developing technology to support at the edge of the grid to ensure access of electricity with the same reliability, affordability, and resilience of those systems as in modern and large infrastructure like we have in developed countries. And in that one as well, there is a lot of innovation that can be kind of created bottom-up. We have a nice example, again, that comes also from our Swedish team that identified that it would be very difficult to tap in from existing overhead lines. A lot of money to spend in terms of substations and so on and so forth. But we found a way to just use one of those single components to tap into overhead lines on high voltage and getting electricity from high voltage into a low voltage in a very simple and basic application. And that allowed, if I'm not mistaken, over 5,000 people to get access to electricity with basically almost no investment. And there is more of that we can do. There is no doubt also that in order to tackle the increased complexity of the system, and Andre just gave one concrete example. In order, we have to spend quite some efforts to design very specific transformer functionality in order to integrate or debottleneck a grid for the grid to be able to transmit wind power or solar power. It's digitalization. The aspect of managing that complexity. The good news, of course, is that there is a lot of technology out there from a digital perspective with computing power that can be put at the edge of the grid, and by that allowing that system to manage that additional complexity, actually even adding resilience, reliability in that very same system. And last but not least, it's of course technology on one side, but also innovation on how to operate those grids, and therefore also how to plan for investing in those grids of the future. And there is an essential part of this journey in order for us to deliver that just transition, and that transition will benefit everyone. We, private sector, public, TSOs, DSOs, government, we have to take the next step in terms of collaboration, in terms of taking the challenge, trusting that throughout the value chain, everyone has core technology, core contributions to make, but also making sure that everyone does that in a holistic way. And in that sense, of course, there is a lot for us to do, but I think this is the right forum. And just one more point, I got to understand that today is the day where we pass 8 billion people in this planet. So today. Not only the first energy day for the COP, but also the day where we are, or we're going to be soon, 8 billion people. Out of those, of course, if I'm not mistaken, we still have 1 billion people without access to electricity. So there is a lot of work that we all together have to do, and I think this is a great forum to kickstart some of that.
Thank you for that reminder, and especially on the importance of flexible and digitalized grids for enabling the transition. Andre, if I could come back to you, we've talked about finance, we've talked about technology. There's a huge people aspect as well, and I think you have some deep insights on what it really takes to bring communities along on the transition, what it means to navigate some of the complexity of labor relations and entrenched interests. Can you just talk about some of those discussions and what you've learned along the way in navigating those complex dynamics?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely critical that in order to make the transition just, that you plan from the word go to incorporate the just elements. But it cannot be something that is plotted behind a closed door in a utility. You have to consult and you have to communicate. And looking back, I think we probably did not consult and communicate enough. I think we need to do more. And I don't think you can ever do enough. I think in our first engagement with the local community at our Komati power station, we were not so politely shown the door by the mayor of the town. And that is due to the fact that there are very legitimate concerns, and we shouldn't disregard the legitimacy of those concerns. I think if there is some mistakes that we've made is to assume that the goodness of green is so self-evident that everybody will immediately grasp hold of that concept. But it is not so self-evident, particularly if you are invested, whether financially or through sweat equity, in the coal value chain. And it's critically important that alternative outcomes should be pursued and should be implemented in a way that takes account of those legitimate concerns. I think the second element is that you have to show tangible proof that the just elements aren't just, greenwashing and not just elements that will conveniently be forgotten once the loan is secured. So it's critically important that as soon as you embark on this process, that you start delivering on real tangible deliverables. And some of the individuals concerned may not want to embark on this process. So we have offered transfers away from our coal-fired power plant that we have just ceased operating on the 31st of October permanently. But we have secured all of the jobs at that site by offering transfers to other sites. But a remarkable number of those employees have chosen to stay on the site, to participate in other opportunities, to be reskilled, upskilled. We have established a training center using disused meeting rooms at the site to retrain, upskill some of those coal workers to become PV technicians, to become wind technicians. We have established a manufacturing facility using old warehouses at the site to manufacture modular microgrids to address the energy poverty that Claudio was referring to. Electrifying, providing electricity to outlying communities through microgrids is 1/10 of the cost of extending the grid. And many of those skills, welding, assembly, management, supervision, are exactly the same skills that the coal value chain is particularly good at providing. So it is a journey. It is definitely not something that happens overnight, but with deliberate, concerted and inclusive efforts, it can be achieved.
Thank you so much. Claudio, let me ask you another question, and the Minister Pourmokhtari will come back to you. Claudio, I think what we heard from Andre there was really about how do we, it's partly about how do we smooth the turf to make sure that we can really deploy and accelerate the transition. So could you maybe add your thoughts, from a technology provider perspective, how can we help accelerate the transition, working with policy and business leaders? How do we help to really, move that ball forward and get things moving faster?
Yeah, and if Andre disagrees, please go ahead and comment on this. But I believe that most of the technology that is needed to accelerate this energy transition is already available today. That said, for the long term, we still need to work on some aspects. For instance, on the complementarity of hydrogen. When it comes to green hydrogen, we have to work a bit harder in order to make sure that part comes in with the right cost levels and so on and so forth, with the right also reliability, security of supply. On the electrification side, if you think about offshore wind, which is of course an important element of this transition, in order for us then to build an infrastructure that can take all of that into the existing energy system. We will need to do more in terms of creating interoperability and making sure that everyone can operate those grids that will be sooner or later also offshore and will be based on HVDC technology. But I think the key point for us, in order to accelerate, in order to scale and to deliver all of that technology on time to meet the targets that we have, it's really about also challenging ourselves across the value chain, across the entire energy system and the energy industry, to drive innovation in how we deliver, how we collaborate, how we work together with the utilities on that side, so that we understand better what the priorities are for them to deliver what their customers are asking for. And also, of course, on the government side, making sure that all the stakeholders, policymakers, regulators, they all understand what technology can do today, what technology can do tomorrow. Because by the time we come in with a new regulatory framework, if we keep on looking on the back mirror, we won't be able to enable at the speed that we need with that regulation, the deployment of the technology. So it's adapting, innovating, not only in technology, but also in regulatory, in policies. And last but not least, I think we are all convinced that there is enough opportunities for all this to become also viable from a financial standpoint.
Absolutely. Now, Minister Pourmokhtari, my last question is for you, and then we may do our backup. We have a backup question for the whole panel, which I hope we can get to. But the question for you is actually about youth. Now, you are famously, I think, the youngest ever member of the Swedish cabinet. And there's so much hope here at COP27 about the impact that youth can have in general. So could you maybe just give us a view on how we can tap into, how can we leverage youth as a catalyst to accelerate this just energy transition and the climate transition in general?
Well, I like the question. The growing and vocal youth movement around the topic of climate change is, of course, key in putting pressure on politicians and business leaders. And I myself started in the youth movement and found my way in that movement and activism and demonstrating and all of that. And it spurred quite a lot of power to go into politics with. And it has been very beneficial for me personally. But of course, as to the climate movement in whole, the youth plays an important part. And civil society and youth engagement and dedication is truly of fundamental importance if we should be able to raise the global ambitions and also to keep 1.5 alive. And earlier this year, when Sweden hosted the UN conference Stockholm Plus 50, one of the top priorities was that the outcome of the Stockholm Plus 50 meeting was inspired by the messages from youth, and that this was done by involving youth in a meaningful way. For example, they were part of the preparatory processes and influenced the results. As a result of them being part of the preparatory processes, they would influence the result of the meeting. And this was truly a good example of how you can work to inspire other similar processes with the same method. But including them is, of course, a very important part of pushing forward. And I also like to stress the fact that it's not always a matter of youth being the future and being the ones who are going to live in the climate reality that we have. It's also the fact that if the generation that's in charge right now and if the generations that are gathering here as leaders do not act now, there is not a lot of opportunities for future generations. It's a matter of actually doing the policy work and the progress right now for future generations to be able to live in the same prosperous societies we are used to. So I think that that's an important factor to also take in consideration when discussing the youth movement's role in climate action.
Thank you very much. And yeah, exactly. And I think we all share that feeling of responsibility, every one of us here at COP. My last question, I'd quite like all of you actually maybe to take a crack at this one. Look, I live in the UK, and a lot of people in developed countries today are feeling the squeeze, feeling the pinch economically, and asking that question of, can we really afford to be funding the energy transition abroad? Can we afford for our governments to be financing the energy transition in other parts of the world? And I think while those of us here in this room may disagree with that question, that, you know, the question is out there and people are asking it. So my question to each of you, and not an easy one, is how do we win that argument? How do we win that debate? I don't mind who wants to go first.
Right, let me have a stab at it. The first thing, of course, is that carbon is a global phenomenon. Carbon affects everybody no matter where it is emitted. And when we look at the cost of mitigating a ton of carbon in South Africa, it is 1/10 of the cost of mitigating a ton of carbon in the EU. So if you are looking for the biggest bang for your buck and the best value for your euro or your krona, then South Africa presents a very good opportunity to mitigate carbon at a lower cost, substantially lower cost than mitigating the last ton of carbon in your own economy, or the last ton of methane emissions from livestock, for example. Without changing your way of life, you can still combat climate change by investing in carbon mitigation and reduction in the developing world.
That's a great answer. Thank you. Claudio.
Well, I could not disagree with that, absolutely. It's to start with, I think my team also helped me reminding, and maybe that's something that we tend to forget too soon. We just went through a tremendous learning curve with the global pandemic. And I think we can learn from there. And I think by now, every one of us, every one of the 8 billion people that we just talked about, understand what it means to tackle a global challenge. There is no barriers for stopping the pandemic. There is no barriers to stop carbon, CO2 emissions, whether it's in South Africa or in Sweden. I would say the other point that I would add, in addition to what he absolutely said rightly, we have to also acknowledge and create that awareness that the investment in decarbonizing some of the of these countries is a fraction of what it is to do the last bit in Sweden or other parts of the world. And then for that, I think I would like to add we have a task to build awareness, to educate people, to better understand what it means, what is the technology that is there available to do this, and how do we drive that globally. And once again, investing, starting from each and every one of us, on creating that momentum, that building talents that will be able to then explain to the local communities in Sweden, in South Africa, in Egypt, what is about, taking out that additional carbon from the atmosphere.
Indeed, thank you. You have the last word.
Yeah, great points have been made. I think as leaders of government and of multinational businesses, we need to stand up for climate financing and investments, not only in our backyard, but in the whole world. And in combating climate change, all countries need to be able to succeed in the transition and reach net zero as soon as possible. But we also need to cooperate to achieve carbon neutral value change throughout our global economies. And in order to win this argument, we need to showcase not only the costs for countries and companies, but also the opportunities. And that is one of the key messages from Sweden this year at COP, to also find the opportunities that come in a transition. And I think that there's an emerging awareness of the business case for climate financing and investments. And from our government side in Sweden, we continue to take a leading role in per capita climate financing, and we are now accelerating the work with our Article 6 programs. And we're also doing this because it's our moral responsibility but also because of the opportunities that it brings. And I think that it's important to actually press on that matter. And I can also witness that the Swedish companies are expanding their climate investments rapidly. In Sweden, we are witnessing investments in battery factories and with steel without carbon and electrofuels and carbon capture technologies. And we're also witnessing our multinational companies increasing their climate investments abroad and taking a larger responsibility for emissions across their value chain. And I truly think that those are good examples of the opportunities that not only governments are supposed to see, but also the businesses in the transition. And this conference of parties has shown that financing truly is at heart of the climate transition. And I believe that we need to continue talking about the opportunities that come of that matter.
Thank you very much. What an inspiring note to end on. If I could summarize that, I think what I heard was the costs of action are lower than the costs of inaction, and the opportunities are even greater. So I want to thank you all. Minister Almashat did have to leave early, so she sent her apologies. She had to kind of quietly sneak away, but we've had a terrific discussion. So please thank me, and please don't thank me. Please join me in thanking the panelists. Thank you very much.